Hello. Happy Friday. I said yesterday that we weren't going to do pie today because I didn't want to burn myself out. And then this morning, all I've been thinking about is the things I need to do in pie. So we're doing more pie. I do need to not do too many weeks of just pie in a row, though, or I really will burn myself out, and that will be bad. I think our first goal today is getting more coal because the cyanic acid build is just not keeping up. So to do that, what I think I want to do here is... That's such a weird thing that I did. I made a sort of train stacker here, and I guess I want to figure out how to do that for multiple stations. What I was thinking about doing for this was bringing just tripling this build in place because there's plenty of space on this raw coal patch. We can extend this track south and get more ins and outs with no problem. So I think that's what I want to do. It's just a matter of figuring out how we want to route everything through here and how we want to get the stations set up. But first things first, let's grab this as a blueprint. And we're just going to save this real quick. Because I can grab that blueprint. Did I not hit save? Ah. Try this again. Grab this as a blueprint. Create blueprint. There we go. Now, if we... how best to do this? I think if I drop this here, then... Oh, well, I'm right here. I don't even have to do that. And we'll do it again. Although, actually, I'll just double all these numbers in place. That's easier. And what did I say? I accidentally erased the miners. How many are here? 20? All right, so 40 more miners. Cool. Secondary crushers are probably going to have to get made. Yes. Which ought not to be too difficult. It's just going to take a minute for all of this to catch up. All right, while we're waiting for that all to get built, what else can we do? We should get the requests for rubber and latex going, as well as for mech parts 2. All of these are done in YAFC. I just haven't dropped the request chests in to have the buildings built. I don't want to do that right now because that'll block this coal thing. But as soon as our coal stuff is done, we should drop those in place before we go and do coal so the machines can get built. We can start looking at, I guess, iron processing, the next tier of iron processing while we're waiting. Yeah, it's going to take a minute for all those to get built. So while we're waiting, let's look into iron processing. What was I looking at here? Oh, this was the meat void. And I was trying to figure out how messed up our phytoplankton was without the meat, and I still don't have an answer to that. So these are the 3 that we need all of our builds for, all the inputs figured out. Sorry, all the machines. But let's do we'll do a new iron, and let me grab old iron. I might also want to integrate our iron oxide void into the new iron system, because, like, that's a thing you can do. So we'll think about that. We'll figure out how much iron oxide a second we want to be able to void, etc. But if we just start with iron ore we'll start with 2 belts a second, because that's what we're running right now, and we'll see what we get out of that. And if we decide we want to go up to 3 belts a second, we can do that. So processed iron ore, grade 1, dust, grade 1, grade 2. All right. None of these take prod, none of these take prod, so we're going to use tier 1 machines for anything that doesn't. Hey, Koa Bear, good to see you. Going to use tier 1 machines for anything that doesn't take prod, just because land is free and tier 2 buildings are still expensive. Iron pulp. And then to iron concentrate is the new process, which gets us to high-grade iron to molten iron. The other half is the iron slime, which goes through all these stages. So all told, this makes 150 molten iron a second, whereas previously we were making 64. All right, so this is 2.5 times as much iron just from the new processing. And the other thing I said I wanted to do was bring in the iron oxide as okay, and that just comes right into iron slime. Cool. So that's side by side with the iron pulp stage 1. And again, all of these should be tier 1 buildings, because I care much more about raw materials than I do about space. Especially, well, it's not really raw materials, it's really my intermediate processed materials that I need for tier 2 buildings, right? So yeah, we'll just integrate the iron oxide void into this system, and we'll make it like the priority input for iron slime. And then we don't even have to worry about iron oxide going anywhere else. Yeah, that takes a little bit of tailings, but that's fine, because this will have made a lot of tailings on its own, so I don't even have to worry about that. As far as our inputs, though, we have some stuff we're not making. I see Armac 12D, which, I don't know, petroleum sulfonates, which I don't think we make. We're making xylenol, but I don't know if we make enough of it, so we should check if we need to expand the scale of xylenol production. Let's check that right now. Let's see what we're making there. If we look on here at xylenol, yeah, this will make 25 a second, so we need 3 more. Let's start the to-do list items. Quadruple xylenol. That goes before iron ore processing. We also need RMAC 12D and petroleum sulfonates. So those are going to be new tabs. How much do we need? 21.1. Can this be prodded? This can be prodded, so we will use that machine. So yeah, just one machine is enough. A little bit of ammonia, lead plate, oleochemicals. This is fine. Not too worried about making that. And what's the other one? Petroleum sulfonates. Can this be prodded? It can. What do we have here? Crude oil, sulfuric acid, sodium hydroxide. All right, that's also not bad. And one machine for that. How much do we need? We only need 18 a second. And one machine will make... why is that not right? Oh, because it's... I forgot about the prod bonus. So it should be like exactly 160. There we go. And we're not going to be pulling anywhere near our... Wow. Yeah, just one machine for this is plenty. All right. So those are both easy builds. We don't need them at large scale right now. The other thing with iron is that currently I'm doing steel on site. And I think we want to keep doing that. I don't know why this keeps... Add fuel to favorites. Can I change that as a default? I know I was able to set somewhere my default liquid fuel. And, like, it remembers that I like diesel. But I don't know if it's remembered that for everything else. How to make it do that for the coke, for the solid fuel. At any rate, we're going to have to also make steel, and we have to decide how much steel we actually want to be able to make. We probably want to do... We might want to do the flue gas to acid gas on site here, although that requires gasoline, which we don't need for anything else. I don't think it's reasonable to make that much steel. And, like, we've been fine on molten steel with what we currently have. So, how many is that? 4 machines doing steel? So let's do, like, 6. And then we also need to make iron plates on site, which don't prod. And we'll do 2 casting units of those. Steel plate on site, which don't prod. Two of those. Allow overproduction on the steel. All right, so at the end of the day, we're making 30 extra molten iron, 25 extra molten steel, although... how is that right? Sorry, I've confused myself here. Because we have a lot more... Oh, it's probably... Yeah, of course. Sorry. It's... The old... Here, I'll just switch to the screen. I was looking at, like, wait, we only have, like, 4 machines in the new build, but there's 7 in the old build. But, of course, that's because we're doing that at a different processing step, and the speed is totally different, right? Yeah, unslimed iron to molten iron is 1 unslimed iron in 4 seconds. Whereas high-grade iron to molten iron is, well, also 1 in 4 seconds, but we only have, like, 33/4 as much or something. So, whatever. It works out. It's fine. So, yeah, we're going to end up at 156 molten iron versus the previous 64. We're going to have the capability for a lot more steel, which I don't think we actually need. So, like, this shows that we only have, like, 30 molten iron going out, but we're going to have way more than that because we're not pushing nearly as much into steel as that sort of assumes. So then the question becomes, do we want to go for 3 belts in, or do we just want to do this upgrade and move on with our lives? And I kind of want to just do this upgrade and move on with my life, if I'm being honest. I think it's enough. And I think if we do want to upgrade this to a 3rd belt in, we can do that. Like, as long as we build it the way we've been building our other... our other ore processing stuff, sort of to the new spec where I'm doing these, like, rows of everything. It's really easy to add, you know, more machines to every row, and suddenly you just have more capability, right? I mean, as long as you account for the size of belts and pipes and all that, but that's reasonable to do. So yeah, I think this is good. I think this is what we build. This will give us up to 50% more steel than we're currently making, which is cool. And again, we can always expand that if we need to. That'll give us a little bit more iron capability. Yeah. All right, let's get the... What is this? A rectisol and a mixer. So I'm going to put... Here. Let's start getting all of our requesters for all of our stuff that we need done. Oh, only 51 out of 88 are satisfied. Yeah, we have more time to kill. So we're going to have a rectisol and a mixer. And these are for... I'm going to give this a name. Armac and petroleum sulfonates. This is moly. And this is big coal. This also needs prod modules. New iron. Let's get the shopping list for that. I'm gonna use a warehouse for that one. It might be overkill, but it's like 20 stacks, which... Yeah... New iron. And then mech parts to the shopping list. New rubber, the shopping list. And new latex, the shopping list. Which is a lot. Yeah, that one will also be a requester warehouse. Is this mech parts? This has got to be mech parts. Okay, so that's all of our shopping lists for a bunch of things that we have to do. Oh, we also have to quadruple Xylanol. Okay. That's easy. Now, the question of whether we're going to be able to sustain that much Xylanol is a whole different thing, but we probably need sap sap extractors added to the list of things we can make. Yes. Sap extractors. I think everything else here is theoretically available, just not necessarily immediately available. Yeah, that one's good. Coal, we're just waiting for a few more of those guys. Mixer Mark II and Rectisol Mark II. Let's make sure those are in. The Rectisol, I'm sure, isn't. That's a building that I use very rarely. The mixer is, though. And then Biofactory Mark II is new. I know that's new, so we probably do need to make that one available. Probably the Mark I to go with it. Yes. All right. That should make pretty much everything available. We need one more of these guys. That'll get delivered. We need some more secondary crushers, which we also need for coal. So, like, I might manually move those secondary crushers over to the coal requester. But yeah, look at the mall. It is moving. Worker robot speed improvements are going to help this whole thing move quite a bit more efficiently as well. The mall layout is really optimized for, like, we got to be able to get materials in on rails. We've got the big belt portion for, like, the bulk crafted items. And then up here, like, maybe it would be better for this all to be down here instead of up here, but I don't know. I don't feel like moving it. But it's definitely not optimized for, like, bot efficiency. Like, that much is obvious. How did this happen? Interesting. I'm still not well, I do kind of know how this happens, and I don't quite know how to fix it immediately off the top of my head. But basically, if the set of requests comes in, if a new request comes in on the red wire, whether it's a new request or just because I added something to the allow list, to the filter, this has to go through this whole process and latch before the next machine can, what am I trying to say? This has to latch before it outputs that, like, yes, it has started crafting the thing, and it takes so many ticks to progress through here. So there's some ticks where it hasn't filtered itself out, and that means that the request is making its way into this machine, and this machine might also latch it and claim it. Because it wasn't filtered out early enough, and it makes its way all the way through. I don't know how to fix that. It's just a race condition, the way the system is made, where this has to output first. I could have... you know, some number of ticks where in between each of these, right, basically have a setup or a hold time. I don't know which side you would say it is because we don't really have a bipolar clock like that, but like we would need to do something like that, I think, because there's really nothing we can do about that problem, right? You know, there's probably also situations where they'll choose something just as it's being removed, but in that case, they'll detect that there's no longer a request for it, and they'll stop doing the thing. I'm not really sure. So we've got this clock, which I'm not going to sit on for too long, because I don't want to keep... So we can see that every once in a while, it pulses... And then this is just a, this basically will count up to 21 and then immediately turn itself off and become 1 again. This signal pulses. This is a 1-tick pulse every time A loops, and A is a different counter. So I think if we were to gate alpha here on red based on the value of A, we could have A count up to like 25 or 30 instead of to 20. And then when we gate alpha to only output when A is below 20. And then we'd have like a 2/3 on time and a 1/3 off time. I can do that, actually. So we put in another decider. We have this count up to 30 instead of 20. We take that output there and this output to here. And we say that as long as A is less than 20, output alpha at its input count. And then you can see that alpha flips on and off it turns off in between each new value. There we go. That should do the right thing now. So now each machine will have a little bit more time to finish deciding its craft and set the clear or set the claimed signal correctly before we move on. Also, we're out of control panels, so we're not going to get the modules we need. That's cool. And by cool, I mean terrible. Is this also missing something? Small parts. Which presumably is iron, if we check our small parts. Oh, look, it's out of molten iron. Okay. So that's going to be a problem there. How are we on control panel Mark IIs here? Is that a thing that I can, like, hand deliver? Yes, we could hand deliver that. All right. So what I'm thinking right now is that I want to do... Let's grab the prerequisites for iron. Let's go get the Xylenol upgraded. Let's get these guys in place. Small parts, I mean, we could make small parts here. Like, that's an option. I don't know. Don't need that anymore. This is just out of date. I haven't been keeping that up to date, so I don't really need to hold on to it anymore. Okay. Let's go. Oh, I didn't actually pick up the machines. I'm an idiot. Is this iron? This is iron. Okay, so you know what? I said I was going to do this first. Maybe we just do iron first. Because we have all the buildings for iron done. Like... So we can absolutely do iron. And then that will, that'll hopefully get small parts going for everything else that's kind of stuck right now. Oh, wood processing Mark II, I probably need to put in the allow list. Yeah, I'm just going to have to keep an eye to see if that, like, 10 ticks between each module keeps it all well behaved, but, like, the worst case propagation delay... I think it's like 8 ticks to get the latched signal out to the... out to the network. So 10 in between each should be fine. Wow. Six segments for all the crude oil outputs, in case anyone was wondering. So how am I doing these? Yeah, they're just stacked. Okay. Ah, right. These have heat on 2 spots. So we want to grab, we just kind of link them together. Like that. And then these. Like that. And our inputs. And one more, because I can absolutely count. All right. It's going to take a minute for those to get fully up to temperature. Oh, how much? 1, 2, 3, 4 megawatts. What is this output? 2 megawatts. Okay. That's going to be a problem. Let's go request a Mark II. Yeah, 4 megawatts. All right, we'll do a Mark II. I don't think we need all 4 of these to run at, like, absolutely full speed, so 1 Mark II should be enough oomph for it. Hopefully we can craft that with our current small parts shortage. Looks like it. Cool. How's things doing up here? Same old, same old? Yep. Just all the random garbage that's coming out of the old mall. What a mess. What a mess. Why do I have og pups in storage? Nobody knows. I must have thrown them in my trash slots at one point. All right, let me go grab... what do I want to do? Let's grab the stuff for the iron build, and let's also get that power plant. We'll drop off that power plant at oil processing. We'll upgrade the one there to the Mark II. And then we will... we can go build iron. Yeah, this isn't done yet. Rubber is ready, but we're not ready for rubber until we have latex. This one is... did I label this? Mech Parts 2? Okay, that is also ready to go, so we could do that. But let's do iron first, because iron is currently a bottleneck in the base. So... grab all the stuff to do that. I wanted to do the coal upgrade, but we're just not there yet. We're waiting for a few more parts, and for mech parts to work right, we need iron. So then we'll do the coal once we have small parts rolling, and we can see what other things we can upgrade as we go through here. All right, what are we waiting for this? building. Just waiting for the bots. Just waiting for the bots. You know, we're still getting some extra bots dispatched, but it's not as bad. So adding the hold to these guys did do the right thing. It seems like there might be 1 or 2 ticks where items are still lost, which is annoying, but yeah, we've got 12 of those on the way, even though we only need 10. But it's not as bad as before. Before we were getting like 50% over provisioning, and the bots were wasting a ton of time bringing stuff over that wasn't needed. So I will take just 2 extra bots on a delivery of 100 items. That's fine. All right, so coal plant upgrade first. That will get us the xylanol that we need, and then we need to go do the RMAC and the petroleum sulfonates. And then we can do iron. We don't actually need the higher temperature that this second, or that this higher tier furnace gives us. We just need the better. Oh, did I misread? These output 10 megawatts. They consume up to 4 megawatts. Oh, okay. So the old one was fine. That was my bad. I misread that. The max consumption versus the output. All right, well, in that case, we'll leave the base one in place because there's no sense using a more expensive one where we don't need it. All right. Well, that was a big waste of time. Let's go rebuild iron. How many stations is iron gonna need? Let's figure that out. 1, 2 input stations, 3 input stations. Coke needs a dedicated input station at nearly 2 belts worth. Ten fluids. That can be 1 station, though. They're all fairly low input quantities. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think the rest of the solids are just 1 station. Yeah. Oh, and water pumping. Whatever. That's 5. Output stations, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 stations. Yeah, this only does 12. So we're going to have to go longer. another segment lower, basically. So it's a good thing that this already zigs south here. because iron is going to come down here and is going to be freaking huge. My question to myself, trying to figure out if I need more stations, how many stations I needed, was I was wondering if I should zig this back north, because we had to go around this iron rock, or if I should keep it south all the way to this track. And the answer is keep it south all the way to that track. I might just build it out all the way over right now while I'm thinking about it. There we go. Shouldn't take the bots too long to catch up on this, well, except for when they're trying to go very far away. But they should stop trying to go very far away and start doing things closer by. And then we'll be fine. What is this? Lead ore and Nexolite. I'm not going to use either of those. That is the nice thing about Pi, is we're upgrading iron, yes, but because we're upgrading to a new process, we're still at 2 belts of raw iron in. All right, this will just give the trains a little bit of another routing option for themselves. Plus, it gives me better options when I'm moving around all these areas, like having the roads actually connected. Makes me a lot faster. Sure, that's fine. So for the petroleum sulfonates, it's like 3 stations. For the RMAC, it's also like 3 stations. Yeah, these are both really easy builds. It's a fluid in, a solid in, and a fluid out for each of them. Does it matter which one I do first? Not really. Oh, I'm out of rail. Well, that's a problem. All right, and then the other one, oleochemicals and ammonia. And then another solid drop-off. These could honestly share one solid drop-off station, but whatever, it's easier. And a fluid pickup. And there we go. All right, let's go back to base. Let's grab rails and signals so that this build actually gets finished. Apparently, I had just enough rail to build that stretch of connecting path there. And then both of those builds are just one building. They have way more space dedicated to their, like, train stations than to their actual builds, so... All right, rails and stations. I don't care about waiting for one pump. Let's go. Yeah, there's still some stuff in my trash slots too, but that's not a big deal. Yeah, with iron stretched to its limits right now, I'm not surprised to see... well, that might just be our normal sort of science rhythm. Hard to know. Because the science does pulse on and off. I have too many labs, so, like... that's just what happens is the science turns on and off. But... all right. And all of these need... well, here, let's get rid of the... that's actually not quite enough space. So that all looks correct-ish. Yes, that looks good. Twitch is telling me that it wants to do an ad break, so I'm going to go ahead and just get the last solid requests in here. And then when we come back from the ad break, we'll finish these builds and we'll get started on the bigger iron build. I will see everyone in just a couple of minutes, and we will get that iron upgrade done. Welcome back, everybody. I appreciate you hanging around through the break. We are just working on getting... This last train better have saline water. Am I out of saline water? Yes. Well, that's, Wait, these output how much a second? Up to 14 a second? Because we have 40% prod. Oh, these really need to either be output onto a red belt or output... Okay, I can seriously improve this without even needing a lot of work. Because each of these uses 5 a second. So yeah, we can double this. Okay. Do I want to go do that now? Yes, I want to go do that now. Let me put in what we need up here, though, so it'll be here when I get there. Ooh, but we might not be able to make the washers. If we don't have small parts. Shoot. Because, yeah, if we have each of these, I don't even have to switch to red belts. Like, we could just have these output into, like, a warehouse, and then I can spit out using orange inserters onto 2 halves of a belt. Or I guess I could do... No, we spit out onto a red belt, we do a splitter, and then we put it onto the 2 halves of a yellow belt. I like that plan even better. And that way I don't need power for inserters. We just need the extra washers then, which we have. Okay. And I think we have 2 of these saline water builds, so we're going to go fix both of them. And this will just double our saline water without any actual, like, infrastructure investment, just fixing our weird output rates. The other saline water build, I think, is up here. This one's only 3 machines. Okay. That's a gravel to saline build that I don't think we use anymore. This is saline in the old base. Old base. Old base. That's this build. And then this build. Okay, yep. So 1.5 of those saline builds, but the upgrade process for all of them is the same. So it's good. I was worried we weren't gonna find any axe to shave today, so I'm glad we realized we're out of saline water while we're building iron, because it means we can shave a yak. Alright, so what we're going to end up doing with this is it's going to be like that. And then a red splitter. There we go. Oh, but these stack. Am I stupid? This shouldn't matter, because this is stacked, right? At triple stacking, 14 a second still fits on one side of a belt. Yeah. So it's just a matter of having enough, and we do, 15. Okay, I just did my math wrong then, because I thought I came up with having half of the necessary... No. Okay, so I do need more salt mines then. Okay. I am an idiot. Where do we have some? We have one here. But this is not really a good spot to hook up to trains. There's one here. There's one here. There's one here. If I can find a place where there's like a couple of them nearby to each other that I can like hook up to one processing line, that would be cool. Like we got these two here when I did this. I don't think we're gonna get that lucky though. Like one here, one here, one here. Those aren't super close to each other. There's two down here. All right, in that case, I need to grab salt mines. Oh, do I have... No, I don't have a Mark II salt mine. That was... Although I guess I could throw speed modules on them. That's an option. Alright, so we are going to need like 4 salt mines to go with my 12 washers if I want to try to... use it all. We might not end up with all of those salt mines and all of those washers in use. I might only drop a couple of them down. But it'll at least get some of our saline figured out. Yeah, these do take speed modules. So we could give it that, like, 50% speed boost if we really wanted to. Yeah, let's grab this one and this one, because it's pretty easy to put stations, like, next to them. And then... I guess I could do this one pretty easily, too, because we've got, like, stations and stuff here already. Oh. Well, that's not gonna work. Now the question is, will this one come out? No. Yeah, and that won't come out tight enough here. What I can do, though, is I can pull this one out lower here. Like there. Let's see what we can do here. What's the closest we can get a rail ramp? Like there? Yeah, and it doesn't like that. That's too... Although, if we take this ramp out... We can do that. That goes there. And actually, this doesn't even have to go like that anymore, does it? You can go like... I don't know, here? Maybe better where it was, though. And then we do that there. And we build this to like here. Sure. That's an intersection. Oh, sometimes this game. Wait, did I get this hooked up wrong? Shoot, I did. This is backwards. Let's try that again. Because from the south, we need to connect up to the top here. So, like, I think we're still doing this. And I think we're still taking one of these. Like, as close in here as we can. Is that right now? We come from the right here, and we end up on the right there. We come from the bottom here, and we end up on the right there. Yes. Okay. I'm glad I caught that before I left it hooked up backwards and confused my trains. Okay. There we go. What was I doing? Salt. Oh, and that is also not going to go right there, but that's less of an issue. Like, this is a much more fixable sort of situation than some of them, so we'll just, It does not really want to hook up. There we go. Well, it's still not very compact, is it? And this is still wanting to come off and go. I think here's better. What is that light doing there? Is that in my blueprint? Oh, it is. There's an extra light. No, it's not. Oh, because that's not where I want to put that. That was not actually aligned with the grid, is what I did. If we actually look. Or is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it should be here. Oh, yeah, look at that. I was off by one power pole. All right, so these need 2 stations. They need a fuel station in and then just the saline water out. They're pretty straightforward otherwise. Saline water. Nope, not from hydroxide. From salt. There it is. And they each take 5 in, so we'll do 2 inserters. And then on this side, we need to bring fuel down. Cool, we got some tall oil, that'll work, and salt. Awesome. Now we just have to do this again. At least one more time, maybe twice. There. That looks like it'll be fine. We're really close to that salt, but that's fine. I might run out of rail signals. Did I run out of rail? I ran out of rail again. Jeez, all right. You know, I thought switching from 1500 rail to 1000 rail, I would be fine. I thought I had too much rail taking up space in my inventory, but now I'm like, maybe I want that 1500 rail. Let's do 1200. Let's see if just a couple hundred more is closer to being reasonable for these moderately sized builds. Oh. It all got delivered already. I didn't even notice. Alright, I think everything else that we're waiting for is just random stuff. Maybe we need rail signals. Yeah, I'm out of rail signals. It would be good to have some rail signals. All right, so 2 more of these is like, it seems like, it looks like we had 3 miners worth of saline going before, so 2 more miners is 2/3 again as much, which is hopefully enough for the short term. If we need to add more, I mean, I have the stuff in my inventory for a couple more miners, so we can definitely do that. But I don't want to spend a ton of time just running around hooking up salt mines. That sounds decidedly unfun. All right, as soon as this gets a fuel delivery, it should turn on. And I'm going to say that's plenty of saline for now. I have the stuff to do that twice more if we need to, but let's try to keep moving here. So, petroleum sulfonates is 1 rectisol. What an awful building. Oh no, it's fine, because these are all outputs and those are all the inputs. This actually works out. So it'll be like that when we have more than one of them. Like that. And then... like that. And then we just have to bring down our... didn't finish loop for trains at end. Oh, I didn't. I forgot. That's the whole reason I went back and got more rails. And there's the alert telling me that I didn't do that. Yeah, each of these we just have to hook up to its appropriate input. Which one is this? Saline. And the sodium hydroxide, which is quite a bit each. All right, so that's the first thing. That'll get us petroleum sulfonates. Oh, did I say I wanted these prodded? I did. Prod. Good. And then on this side, for the RMAC 12D, that's oleochemicals and ammonia into a mixer with a lead plate. So, I mean, same basic thing, right? We're going to have a mixer. We're going to do... actually, it's going to be almost identical. It's going to be like that. Over here to our output. We're going to have inputs. Like there. That are going to come up here and get hooked up to our 2 inputs there. Except this uses a lot less lead than the other one used. All right. That should be everything we need here. And this one also gets prodded. I really should change my blueprint to get rid of that redundant pump. All right. I think we're done here. I think we're just waiting for the... This stuff needs to buffer, of course. Pardon me. But that'll all buffer up while we start working on the actual iron build. So let's head up and start thinking about that. Make sure this turned on. Yeah. All looks good. So, yeah, we've got these rocks here. So I think we want to come all the way over here with iron, just because we have to be able to go so low to get it in position. Maybe here? Does that line up? That does line up with the grid. Yes, we are on grid there. And we need to go one segment further than the other ones were because this has a hilarious number of byproduct output stations, plus just a large number of high throughput input stations. Because we're bringing in so much material to this build. Am I out of signals? No, the bots are just being slow. We'll get this all hooked up to power shortly, and there will actually be some light. That'll be cool. Maybe. There it goes. All right, that's not as much of a gap as I was worried we would have to leave. But let's start at the top. We're going to have a high throughput drop-off station, like most of our things. And then... none of the early steps need any other inputs, although they do have a couple of byproduct outs. We'll do our second high throughput drop-off right next to it. This is going to be the one that's going to be the byproduct station for it's going to be on the V network for iron oxide. And then up here, this is just going to request iron ore. And this is on the normal network. So that should, I mean, I don't know if I've actually put iron oxide on the V network in most of the places, or if it's just a low. It looks like I have. Okay. There might be a couple of places where we... Oh, no, that's a request. That's provided, but that's low priority, so that's making iron oxide intentionally. All right, so yeah, we are properly setting up iron oxide as avoidable. So that'll be correct here. We'll just have to get rid of the old iron oxide to iron plate void. That's going to be, like, right in my way, but we'll deal with that later. I want to do a stacked belt out on this, and that way if we do decide we want to upgrade to 3 belts, we can do so without too much hassle later on. And I'm just going to build all the way out here rather than trying to deal with this radar and its power. We'll just build past it. We've got the space. All right, so first things first, a dozen jaw crushers. Two and a half iron in. 2 items a second out. Power. All right, that's actually pretty straightforward. Now, this is going to actually need a red belt because we've got a lot of stuff to output. We will need a red splitter, and we will filter out stone. Stone can go out on a yellow belt, and that is an output to whatever our first byproduct station is. Solid pickup here. Does that look low? I guess it's fine. How much stone out do we have? 6 a second. All right. So that is plenty. And I just need to copy a void station. There we go. Stone out. Now this comes to 11 screeners where we're going to be separating out 3 different stages of iron here. Let's see. 1.66 items in, bonk. 0.66 items out, bonk. And I guess what I'm going to do is we'll separate out the iron grade 3 first. And that feeds into 6 secondary crushers, which make grade 2. And then that'll combine with the grade 2 that came out of this and become grade 1, and then we're down all to grade 1. The iron grade 2, grade 2. Yeah, the total output from this is only 7.2 items a second, so it's all fine on one belt. We don't have to mess with the sides of that. All right. So that's 4 impact crushers here. Doing the grade 1. 1 in, 1 out. Right. We gotta get the gravel out before we merge with the other thing. How much in total is there? 7.2. Okay, so we can actually do this. And that gives us the grade 3 into a bunch of ball mills. We're actually going to need 15 of those. Doing iron dust. And then later on, we're going to have more ball mills doing the fine iron concentrate. Yes. So these are half an item in, out, power. How many is that? 9. $15. There we go. And that makes how much of this stuff? 7.2 a second. All right. We are going to have a little bit more of it coming in from another process later on that folds back like many processes. Before we do that, let's get the gravel out. And how much gravel do we make? 2 a second. That'll be the gravel. All right, and now this goes into 7 hydroclassifiers. Doing iron pulp stage 1. These each pull in 1.2 items a second. That is... Let's do the inserter first at this end. And the power for the inserter. And that means the water has to be really in the middle. Which is fine. All right, 7 of those. And that makes iron slime and iron pulp stage 1. The iron pulp stage 1 gets some processing to turn itself into iron pulp stage 7, as does the iron slime. So it doesn't really matter which one I do first, but before I do either of them, I want to bring in our next belt here. And this is the iron oxide void. Which is going to come right down here. Like that. And that feeds into 1 mixer. More iron slime. Wait, what? Okay. I guess that's what we're doing. Sure, why not? This will do 45. So we could actually void... I mean, I may as well set it. Is that going to overflow the numbers of machines in future steps if I do that? The answer is possibly, but probably not by a lot. If it does... Actually, maybe not at all. Looking at the iron slime in YAFC, if I want to push this up from 30 a second iron oxide to 45 a second, am I going to have to go make more machines? Maybe these flotation cells, but I doubt it. I think we can do it. Yeah, 2.85 instead of 2.74. Beautiful. Okay. And then that says 0.96 of one of those, because that mixer can just run stupid amounts. Cool. And then, yeah, nothing else changes further down the road. And it turns into just a fraction more iron, right? We're only dealing with a tiny bit more iron slime. All right. Well, Twitch is telling me it's ad break o'clock. As always, I just run one ad break an hour. Just long enough to keep pre-roll ads turned off, because I hate pre-roll ads. When we're back, we'll keep working on iron processing. We are up to here. So I have to decide if I want to do the stage 1 processing first, or the stage 2, or the slime processing first. But we'll do one of those, and then we'll get... and then we'll do the other one, is basically how it's going to work. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for hanging around through the break. Koa Bear, I don't know. The wiki only shows up to 100. I'd have to, like, poke through the source code to see if I can see if it clamps at 100 or if it actually goes further. And, like, I don't mind poking through the source code, but it's not going to be until I'm done with the stream. All right, let's do... Let's do the Iron Pulp Stage 1 first, and then we'll do the Iron Slime to process. I like that plan. So... Upside down vertical belt at high TP, yep. All right, so we're gonna need jig concentrators. Doing iron concentrate. And then water as well. How many of these do we use here? 4. And then outputs. So the thing with this one... we need to do something a little bit weird with the tailings out of this build. Because we need tailings for this, and I didn't actually even hook up that input yet. And I think what I want to do is I want to put a tank in here, and we want to pump all of our tailings into that tank, and then do an overflow out. Like that. And then all of the tailings from every stage come up here. And then the excess tailings get dumped as a fluid output. But we'll always keep some here to be able to run iron oxide recycling. And then the other thing I need to do is we need to prioritize some of these things, right? So, like, this needs to come through a top-up valve here. And then we'll need to do the same thing hooking up the output of this iron stage 1 to stage 7 processing. That will need to top up the output of the iron slime to stage 7 processing. And that way, if we have, for some reason, a lot of iron oxide coming back in, we'll use iron slime first, and the iron slime from iron oxide specifically first, and then we'll top up from everything else. Hopefully that all makes sense to everybody. If that didn't make sense, let me know and I will try to explain it better. All right, and then the other half of this is the coal water slurry. That is just straight up a byproduct that we need to get rid of. So let's get our 2 fluid pickup stations. Okay, so that'll be the coal water slurry. Do I have a coal water slurry void already? No. Okay. Is it better to process that on site? No. Looking at YAFC real quick, we're actually going to need coal water slurry for the bio network. Okay. So in that case, we will probably just want to set this up as a void. Just void it to aromatics and benzene, and then we'll do, we'll have it available on Rails for other things. But I don't want to do that conversion to aromatics and benzene on site, since it looks like we might need it for other things, and we might, we'll probably have multiple sources and multiple sinks for it. And anytime I have multiple sources and multiple sinks, I like to do things on Rails. Okay. I think that's right. That's tailings. That's the coal water slurry out. The iron concentrate itself, fortunately, each of these makes a very small amount of it, so we can use red inserters for our output. That feeds... Oh, it's actually another 3.79 machines exactly. So that's a 1-to-1 ratio. I'm not even going to put this on belt. I like it when things are ratioed. And that does the fine iron, whatever. And I'm running out of materials. We're going to have to make a trip back to base. But that's a very small... We actually don't need power out because it's such a small quantity. And then we're going to have iron ore dust. A little bit of iron ore dust out. Yep. And that can cycle all the way back up. And needs to merge there. And then the other side of this... Is that really how far out I had those belts? No. Sorry. I was looking at this coming in and thinking that was my normal, like, position for output belts on the side, but no, that's just a random input belt coming in. All right, and then the other side of this goes into a single flotation cell. Making iron ore pulp stage 7. And it has the RMAC 12D as its input. Cool. So let's get our fluids in, I guess. Weirdly, that ended up being at the same height as the fluid drop-off on the old build. All right, what are our fluid inputs here? Oxygen. Xylenol. Hot air. Sulfuric. The RMAC 12D. Petroleum sulfonates. Oleochemicals. And organic solvent. Wow. All right. Maybe an 8-base station wasn't enough. But it's here. Oh, and we don't even have any more train stops. So yeah, we really have to go back to base and get a few things. The other thing I noticed is that one of these steps needs pressurized air, and I didn't have a pressure pump in our requests. So let's request 2 pressure pumps. If we're lucky, it'll be able to make them. All right, we did end up getting a delivery of small parts, even though small parts have been causing issues. So that's good. That means that everything should be pretty much caught up here. Yeah, we got all this stuff for doing coal. We should do that next. This is for upgrading mech part. Oh, right, I labeled them. Mech parts 2, rubber. Latex is just waiting for modules and sap extractors. Oh, treated wood. Huh. Okay. We can make treated wood happen. Here, we'll just make it in the mall. We'll request creosote. Like, we already have heaps of wood, so having this do treated wood itself isn't too awful. Right? We should have wood already on belts, even. It's actually not on the belt. I never made a belt. Okay. But I can make a belt. I don't know. We only need, like, a trickle of it, so... Let's head up to the mall. We'll restock on some of our normal inventory things so we can get this iron build done. I will set up the treated wood build while I'm up there. Um... Yeah, creosote is on the way. Treated wood happens in a tar processing unit? All right. How is science doing? Science is, like I said, we're having trouble with iron, so science being halted isn't a surprise. But it could also be batteries just as easily. Yeah, it's batteries. I mean, antimony is running. That's good. Yep, batteries are still a limited resource. Oh, we have been buffering a lot of green ships, though. That's good. Just waiting for this tar processing unit to show up, and then we can... and then we can get the treated wood for the mall going. I guess while I'm waiting for it, I can run some pipes. Actually, I think I want to use a yellow. What does this stack to? 100. Yeah, maybe like 6K. I guess that's what I've been setting a lot of things to. And the bots should build that. It's on the way. We're in the network. Yeah. Let's just get power over there. That should do the job. Once the bots build the storage warehouse, anyway. I should hang around and wait for the bots to finish restocking me, since we're in the middle of a big build. I don't really want to, but I should. We probably have enough stuff. Yeah, you can see all the stations that the bots delivering things have ended up charging at, and they're kind of trickling back towards me. Let's see. Energy capacity, 1.5 megajoules. Moving consumption, 19.2 plus 6.72. Okay. So their consumption is based on the distance, not on the time, is what I'm seeing. So, like, yes, we'll get speed improvements, but it won't help with the distance they can travel before charging. They can just get to chargers more quickly. Oh well. So, let's let all this get dropped off. What we need here is the RMAC, which is this pump. Yes. All right, RMAC 12D in. I should do something about this water, too, while I'm thinking about it. There we go. If I need a couple more of these, we can do that. I didn't grab the pressure pumps when I was up there, and we actually are going to need a second water pump, so let's just do that now. How far down are the pressure pumps that I need? Where's pressurized air at? It's actually coming up real soon. Ugh. All right, let's go get the pressure pumps. This is why I usually... I don't know, there's a trade-off here, right? Between me forgetting what I'm doing and leaving a chest of stuff up there versus putting things in my personal requests and then the bots not building them until I get here. And I guess what I could do is both. I could make these sort of intermediate random builds like this into buffer chests instead of requester chests. And then the bots can gather them, start work on them, but then they'll still be automatically brought to my inventory. And then the worst thing that happens is I forget to disable the buffer chest, and we make extras of some buildings, and they get thrown in storage until I need them later. And that's not a huge deal, I guess. I don't know. That's probably the right way to do it. All right, so we've got, this is stage 7. We'll have to take it out, and that has to get merged with other things. The next step is to start work on... Yeah, that'll be fine. The unslimed iron. Why are we all backed up, by the way? Oh, because I haven't hooked up water to this. I did just hook water up to a different stage, though, didn't I? All right, and we should see these guys are running. This will run. But these are going to back up on iron slime pretty shortly as this iron slime pipe fills up. So let's get started on that. We need 5 hydroclassifiers. Oh, right there. Doing unslimed iron. Don't love how close these are together. I would prefer them to be like that. That outputs 0.33 unslimed iron. Plus tailings, because everything has tailings. Which pipe is tailings? This one. Unslimed iron goes into 1.07 centrifugal pans. To be iron pulp stage 2. Yep. Oh, and we have 2 fluid inputs here. All right. So bring these down a little bit lower. I think we have plenty of space for the... we'll use red inserters getting into these, and I don't think that's going to be a problem here because they're such large buildings. All right. Power, though, we do need here and here. And 2 red inserters, maybe? Ah, and this also needs water, of course. Where's the water pipe? Right here. Perfect. All right. So that's going to start making, well, as soon as we get the fluids we need. All right, so there's the iron stage 1, or sorry, stage 2. That goes into 6 leaching stations. Oh, these are small at least. To do the stage 3. Do it like this, I guess. I hate this, but something like that. And then they sort of nest in an awful way. Okay. Hey, Mekajid, welcome in. And we've got to bring in the stage 2 right here. Like that. And Xylenol. Xylenol. And that gives us the iron pulp stage 3. Iron pulp stage 3 goes into a single flotation cell. To make the stage 4. And that needs organic solvent. That was beautiful and perfect. I'll take that. And vacuum, or not vacuum, pressurized air. Pressurized air, we're going to have to push to multiple stages. So we're going to deal with that in a second. And then we have 2 groups of 3 flotation cells. Doing the stage 5 and then the stage 6. The stage 6 also outputs a little stage 2, and we'll have to loop that back into the stage 2 pipe up here. So these ones we can just connect directly to each other. Although I think they have to be a little bit further apart. I guess just there. That's fine. Sulfuric acid over here. And these ones, I mean, same thing. Except they're not 1-to-1, so that ends up like that. The water hooks up to our main water pipe. pressurized air. All of these need to be hooked up to the same sort of like pressurized air bus. Okay. Down here, we've got 3 outputs. We'll do tailings first, because we just got to hook that up to the rest of the tailings, wherever that is. And then the stage 2 needs to go up to stage 2 here. Okay, what we're actually going to do is we're going to pull this over. Even though that looks a little silly, it just makes it easier for us to route the stage 2 back up. And then the stage 6 gets turned into stage 7. And that is in 3 thickeners. All right. So we'll just pull that out, and we'll grab the thickener. And that just has... Guess we'll do it paired, like that. So we got the stage 7 out. We've got the stage 6 in. And then we need to hook this up to the stage 7 that also comes out of here. Except this needs to be a top-up valve. And this is a top-up valve because we want to prioritize using slimed iron when we have it, because that's the iron oxide void path, and we want to make sure that the iron oxide void doesn't get backed up. So we want to use that. Use this first, because this is the slimed iron path. And then we bring in the stage 7 from the other processing path to top up here. And then we've got tailings to deal with. All right, and then all of the stage 7 stuff goes into a couple of filters. And we need to bring in more stuff. This is just a normal solid drop-off, I think. And what's feeding into this? This needs filtration media. We also need to bring in sand castings and borax. And that's it? Yes. The only thing left other than that is bringing in the coke, and coke is definitely a its own big high throughput station in this build, so sweet. So the Mark 7 stuff is going to come over, yeah, 2 filters. And we're going to have a belt in of the filtration media, which is 0.15 per second. All right, that's easy. So that's filtration media. I like how at this stage you need more liquid ingredients than solid. Yeah, me too. I enjoy the plumbing processes quite a bit. There we go. That's what I'm trying to do. And that lines up right here. Those feed into... oh, a bunch of basic oxygen furnaces. Okay, cool. Making molten iron from the high grade. We'll need another belt in. That's going to be the borax, 3.2 per second. We can grab that right here as well. Oh, look at that. Couldn't have done that better if I tried. Oh, these also are going to need fuel. Quite a bit of fuel. Yeah, that's fine. We'll bring the fuel in on the bottom half because we just have the molten iron output here. So all of these guys get a inserter. And power poles. And oxygen. And then I'll need to bring in fuel on the bottom. Let's get the output here done first. Oh, we finally processed enough, oh, there should be... oh, of course, the other iron build is still running, so that's why we're not getting full, full-blown... did I not hook this up right? Didn't hook it up right. I didn't put a pump in. So those have not been accumulating this whole time that they have been supposed to be accumulating. That's annoying. It's not the end of the world, but it is annoying. Like, it'll catch up before I'm actually done with the iron build, hopefully. We'll see. Yeah, so much of the routing in this build is pipes, not belts. It's really impressive. All right, and each of these guys, in total, it looks like they use 1 coal each. Okay. Or 1 coke each for fuel. So that's like that, and then an output for ash. The molten iron, we need to do a few things with. We need to send it to steel, we need to send it to iron plate, and we need to send it to be pumped into a tank. I'm going to go ahead. Let's get a high throughput drop off here. And this will be for coke, because we need bananas amounts of coke in this build. And then that will be these. Nope, not those ones. These guys again. No newer fuel? I mean, probably I could look for a newer fuel, but coke is easy to make, and I'm, if nothing else, lazy. We can do canisters of fuel, obviously. Apparently activated carbon burns really well, but that seems wasteful. But, like, beyond coke, I think the big one is looking at, like, coal briquettes, which I can unlock, but I haven't actually unlocked yet. I don't know if I would want to switch over to coal briquettes, though, because it's good to have ash around the base, and if you're too aggressive with switching to newer fuels, then you lose ash as a byproduct around, right? So that's also something to keep in mind. Oh, it can be a problem in both directions. Let's do... How much ash do we actually make in this whole thing? 10 a second? Oh, and it's, I mean, I should really always use high throughput stations for ash, just because they take so long to fill the trains. Even though we only have 2/3 of a belt of ash. ash greater than what? Sorry, it's 100 times 1,000. We need an extra 0 in there. 100 stacks is when we start voiding. Oh, it would help if I actually put input inserters on here, wouldn't it? And then the ash. How much ash does this one make on its own? About 5. Okay. And the molten steel makes about 6. So that's fine. We'll bring iron out like this far because we're going to need it. Tailings... Is tailings set up as a void that I need to be set to? No, it's just requested by all of the things that use it. Okay. All of these are A. I apparently did, at one station, actually set it up as a void. Great to know that one of my stations is ready to go if I need to switch it over, but for now, it's just always has a sync available. Why is this... Oh, right, because this needs to come through here. And molten steel. How many machines do I say? 6. One more than this. I'm going to have to restructure the outserters here. Because we have 2 outputs now. Oh, and the input inserters. All right, trying to copy and paste this was pointless. I have to redo the whole thing. Do I have flue gas processing set up on site here? I don't. That's fine. We do have a big flue gas void centrally. So these guys need a lot of coke, though, because they are using it not just for fuel, but also for... the actual iron to steel process. And then I guess we'll take the ash output right here. And can we do something like that? Yes, we can. All right, flue gas has to be taken out as a byproduct that we need to void. And then iron and steel, we need both the molten outs and the solid outs. So that's like 5 more stations in total. And we will do that when we're back from the ad break. It's ad break o'clock again. The hours go fast. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes, and we will get this iron build wrapped up. Welcome back, everybody. I appreciate you sticking around through the break. What do we need here? We need a fluid pickup. This is going to be for the flue gas out of steel. Pardon me. Ooh. I hope my mic didn't pick that up. That was a awful burp. Okay. This does need to be set up as a void, I think. Doesn't hurt, that's for sure. Greater than 200k, output V, all right. So now we have molten iron, we have molten steel, we just have to get the iron and steel into their own outputs and into casting machines. So 1, 2. Then on the other side, we'll do a high throughput pickup for iron, because we're dumping like 2 belts of iron in here, more than that, potentially. But for steel, we don't need high throughput. We can just do a normal pickup, because that's only like a belt of output. Both of these get 2 casting units. Oh, that doesn't work here, does it, in that configuration? That worked up there with the power, but here I gotta do this one over and then that one down, and then I can put the power there. Okay. Gonna do that up here just for consistency. Not that it really matters, but makes me feel better. So this is the high throughput one. So this is iron plate. And then the ones down here are going to be steel plate. Oh, of course, it's off by 1 because of the extra inserters here. I was very confused there for a second. So that will need to hook up to hot air, which we'll just pull right across here. Oh my god. There we go. I know how to use a mouse, I swear. All right, that's hot air. And then molten iron for this one. Molten iron. And then same thing, molten steel. Molten steel. Pumps. Pumps. And that should also fit the exact same here. Yep. All right. And we don't actually need borax all the way down to here. We only need the sand castings, but I can't be bothered to filter it out, so we'll just leave it sitting on the belt. I don't care. Okay. I mean, I think that's it. This all seems like it's running. What is currently stopped? Iron slime. Ah, because we're backed up on the pulp stage 1. Why? Oh, just because we only just now hooked up our outputs, I guess. All right, it's going to take a second for this whole thing to sort of catch up. All right, I think that's it. I think that's new iron and steel done. Yeah, it's going to take a little while for this to sort of fully fill up. But I think we can go disable the old iron build at this point. Which I think means just getting rid of the requests for ores. Yeah, there's going to be quite a bit more that arrives in the interim. There's going to be a bunch of stuff we're going to want to try to clean out of this afterwards, but hopefully... Yeah, we've got the capability to do like 50% more steel on top of everything else being significantly improved now. And then all of these output stations, I want to flag as well. All right, I'm going to have to come over here and do it. I wanted to flag these output stations all as high priority so that it tries to drain as much as possible from the old build before it uses the new one at all. But that's going to take me going over personally because I don't have the right combinators on those stations. All right, that was a fun distraction, but hopefully is sufficient iron for the foreseeable future. You like copper from this stage? My copper so far seems to be holding up, so I'm probably not going to push on it just yet. Yeah, we're doing okay on copper. But we've got a lot of copper capability from the previous stage. Yeah, 2 belts of raw copper. Here. These need... not those constant combinators. Where's the Cybersyn ones? High priority there, and then same for the... here. And here. Turn on my bots so things actually get built. Oh, I forgot about something. And that's this output here. This output is iron ore dust, which is needed for uranium processing. And that's fine. We have space for another station on this build. So we'll put the station in right here. I'll have to just adjust this belt. And then we can fork off the iron ore dust for uranium. Not a big deal for us to make that available from this build as well. I also need to double check that everything, all my stations are set up correctly for anything that needs an overflow void, that all of my priorities are correct. So we're going to go through here and double check all of that. That's good. This one is, oh, not actually turned on. That is looking correct. This is coal water slurry that I do need to set up an output for. Flue gas is apparently a problem. We might have to do flue gas processing on site. I have a central flue gas build, but it's not small, or it's big, but we make a lot of flue gas here. So that is something we're gonna have to figure out. Coke in as much as possible. Yeah, there's probably 1 or 2 more trains on the way with that. Yes. What's this set to? Good. Dispatch whatever you need. What's this set to? Oh, tailings are like fully backed up. If we look at tailings... all right, well, almost every place I make it a high priority. Which, like, I can do here. But also, it seems like we might have too much tailings in the whole system. So we're going to have to figure that out. All right, this did get pulled from. Okay, it's working on it. Iron plate, fully buffered. Steel plate, getting there. The molten's going to take a little bit longer to buffer, obviously, because tens of thousands of molten metal is actually a lot of metal. This is what I was saying I need to readjust to make room. Because we need another pickup station here. And this will need to be from the iron ore dust, which is this stage. Yeah. And where does that need to go? That station is way down here. I think we take it all the way across here and we go around this side. I think that'll be easier. Except for this giant nickel reserve in my way. All right. That'll, that's actually just going to split, cut our iron production in half until that buffers, although... Iron pulp stage 1. Well, right now we're backing up on tailings and flue gas anyway, so, like, who even knows? Yeah, tailings. So it's fine if we just buffer that there until we can deal with the tailings problem. How much tailings does this make? 300 a second. Okay. How much can this whole system pull? 1,600 a second. But it's currently sitting at a request of minus 150, which is 6 trains worth. Yeah, there's 6 trains dispatched. So, like, as always, there's 2 questions, right? There's how quickly can we... Oh, are we sitting on too much tailings dust? Is that the problem? Maybe. Doesn't seem like any of these are bad. I'm curious why these last machines aren't running, though, because that looks like they were backed up on tailings dust at some point. Yes, we can see our tailings dust consumption dropping to 0. 0.8 hours ago, and then our production tails off 0.7 hours ago. So something was backing up. Was it coal dust? Was it the tin ore? Is it... who knows? I'm guessing tin ore. And maybe this is a good reason for us to swap over to... excuse me. Swap our meat void over to cyanic acid. Because then we get... we're going to use more phytoplankton from tin. And that'll help with the tin situation. Because, yeah, we're sitting on a lot of jerky. Tailings to Nexalid Void, that's an option as well. This is also broken. This needs to be set up to be able to void the stone from phytoplankton. So that's a problem. Are we just, like, running out of phytoplankton? Is my fish and stuff dead? Fish doesn't use phytoplankton, does it? It does. I mean, we are running out of phytoplankton. Yeah, my Zais are dead. We're out of phytoplankton. Okay. Tailings to Nexalid is definitely an option, too. I suspect right now that we actually do have plenty of tailings processing capacity. I just need to go fix the phytoplankton build so that it can actually run. And that'll pull enough tin ore through to keep the tailings running. But yeah, tailings to Nexalid is always an option. That feels very inefficient now that I have, like, real tailings processing, but I guess that's the point. It is a void. It's fine if it's inefficient. Alright. That'll get this cleaned out. How much tin ore can this actually pull right now? Not a lot. Yeah. So we could potentially... I mean, I could just drop speed modules into this whole build, and it would pull a lot more tin through and make a lot more phytoplankton. But before we do that, I would still want to swap... I mean, we still want this as a jerky void, I guess. And then we would get rid of our current meat to jerky and change that to meat to cyanic. And then we'd run this less often because we'd be making less jerky. And we'd run this more often, and it would be bigger. And we would be better. We'd be pulling more tin. I think that's the thing to do. I don't know if speed modules are necessarily the best choice, but could also just upgrade everything to tier 2 buildings here. I don't know. We'll think about that. I don't like it when I check something and it was broken, but now it's running. Like... Yeah, this isn't quite running at full capacity because this last row of machines hasn't been able to turn itself back on fully yet. As the earlier ones are emptying their buffers. Yeah, look at that. Tin ore is filling up here. So that's probably what was the problem, was tin ore. I guess that's what I get for making tin more efficient. Tin isn't, like, halted, right? It's just full. Yeah. Four tin ore a second. Okay. So, as long as this phytoplankton is running, this can pull more tin ore than that can make. So in theory, now that I fixed this stone output to actually get rid of the stone, I think that this system should stabilize, and I'm hoping that it was the tin ore that tailings processing backed up on. That does mean that we have a little bit of a backlog of tailings, but it seems like we're, this does not sort by amount when I do this. I don't know what it sorts by, but it's not quantity. You know, we can look at this and we can see that most of these stations are down to being almost emptied already. So. All right. That particular crisis is averted. The other one is flue gas, and that seems like it's also doing okay right now. So I'm reasonably confident that iron is fine. Other than maybe wanting to prioritize running the iron itself before we overflow the iron dust to be available for other things. Because, like, we have heaps of this at the other station, the old iron build, so I'm not really concerned about this needing to buffer. I care about, you know, these and these and these buffering, right? Because it looks like we already are pulling from this iron, which may mean that this is already starting to empty over here. Of course, there's 24K, not 25K. There's still lots of molten steel. What would it take for this to run just a little bit more? Just one delivery of iron ore to push it over the line to 25k. One delivery is probably overkill. Let's head over there. Let's see if I can push that up to 25k by just, like, moving some iron ore dust around or something. Because if we can get one more delivery out of it, then instead of voiding that much, I'll feel happier. And then we can actually start thinking about disassembling everything. All right, let's all I'm trying to do here is kind of work, yeah, backwards. We're trying to push as much of the inputs into the other machines as possible. You know, I wonder if just that's enough to push it over the edge. Yes. Beautiful. I'll take that. How much coke do we have here? Not too much. So here's where we have to start, like, just tearing this down. See what we can recover from this build. Flue gas, how much? 16k. Yeah, that's not a ton. We'll get rid of that. Tailings, not even worth it. Gravel, yes. Let's do this. put this on the void network. And let's just let this get drained. We'll void all of that gravel to wherever it needs to go. I gotta keep an eye on my inventory while we're doing this, because I am gonna end up with way too much crap. I do think that it seems like we have plenty of steel generally around the base. Like, oh, I unplugged some power from something, obviously. Did I accidentally pick up a radar? I guess I must have. Oh no, I just accidentally unpowered a radar. A lot of this stuff I'll be able to just drop off at the new iron build. Obviously, some of it we can just throw into the trash slots, right? A lot of these buildings that we don't need anymore. Oop, okay. Let's drop down a warehouse here. Do another one. I'm gonna have to do a couple of trips to get all the stuff that's here out of here and back where it can be useful. Like I was saying, a lot of it I should be able to just put into the new iron build. Like, that needs borax, that needs coke, that needs castings. So a lot of it will end up there. All right, this one can go away now. Steel we still need. There's still a lot of steel in here. And up here, what have we got? We've got... Oh, well, we already got rid of the tailing station, so this whole pipe is gone. This was flue gas. Even though we still have steel to solid steel to push out to rails. We don't need casting units anymore. All of this is gone. All of this is gone. Same here. We have one more, like, load of iron plate, but we don't need the casting units anymore. All right, I think all that's left is, yeah, we've got like one more delivery of iron plates here. That's going to have to happen. Otherwise, I'm going to have to come back and forth like twice. Once, well, maybe just once to come pick up the rest of the things. All right, my inventory is officially a problem again. Oh, I can't fit the bots in my inventory. Oh. That's silly. All right. I think that's fine. So yeah, we'll drop off the iron ore dust. We'll go up to the mall and I can drop off like all of these stupid stacks of pipes to ground that I don't need. And some of the other things that I have in excess. And then we will go back to... We'll come back here and hopefully we'll have the inventory space to pick up the rest of what's here. And then we'll, Didn't I want to play something else? I did. Sorry, I just saw that. Why am I not? I need to find a different Twitch chat app to sit in my desktop. It's supposed to ping me, and it doesn't always, and I'm not sure why. But we've been making good progress, and I've been feeling good about it, so... The problem is being proactive about taking breaks from this, because it feels like I'm doing good and I'm making progress until I hit a wall, and then I burn out fast. So I really shouldn't let myself do this and just play it because I've been enjoying playing it, because I will hit that wall if I'm not careful. But... All right, bots. There's a lot of crap in my inventory. Let's... make space. All right. That is some inventory space. We haven't finished Pyanodons yet. Any minute now, Kellen. Ugh. Most of my viewers have probably heard me shilling for Kellen before, but go give Kellen a follow. It's always good times. He's been doing, what have you been doing recently? The Long Dark, the past couple times I've seen your stream, which is always enjoyable. Okay, I think we're pretty much good here. We have cleaned out most of the inventory. We want to drop all of these irony bits off at the new iron build. And then... Oh, I didn't even check these guys. Yeah, we have way too many of those too. No, I don't want to grab ingredients for other builds yet because I need my inventory space to go finish cleaning up at old iron. It's great that we have this space here now. I'm probably not going to reuse it immediately because we will likely need to expand bees eventually. And I want that space for bees. That way I don't have to do a complete bee rebuild. Rebuild. Okay. That looks fine. So let's head back over now that we have like half of our inventory available. And we ought to be able to grab hopefully the rest of everything that's sitting over at Iron Plate, the old Iron Plate build. Bring that over, drop it off, then we'll head back up to the mall and we'll pick up the stuff for one of our other builds that we have to do today. Probably should be coal. And then go from there. It's all gonna fit? No, it doesn't all fit. Or will it? Does it all fit if I abuse my trash slots? Of course it does. But this iron won't. What if I abuse my trash slots harder? Really close? So close. I know what I can do. Well, I know a thing I can do. Here, we've got this in here. And we have a coal output or a coke output over here somewhere. Because it's a byproduct from the bees. Yeah. There we go. Build some roads. I could do that. I have plenty of asphalt. Nah, I'll just throw the coke in here. It'll get used eventually. That's fine. We're good. We're good. We got this. I'm just trying not to have to do another trip. I'm gonna have to do another trip out here eventually, because, like, steel needs to get finished up. But until that steel all gets used, we're not going back. We are on a road to nowhere in Pyanodons. The end game is literally Pyrrhic victory. So, like, it is the road to nowhere. Cool. Molten iron sitting here. Molten steel. All right, yeah, molten steel is almost buffered, and once molten steel buffers, I'm surprised these are running. Oh, I guess they're just now backing up fully. Okay. Once these tanks fill up on molten steel, then our molten iron will run quite a bit faster, because I think we push, like... Yeah, just about half of our molten iron is going to steel right now. So we'll catch up on molten iron demand very quickly once steel finishes backing up. No priority on old steel station, did I not? I thought I pasted that. There. And there. We're good. The steel is just cast much more slowly than the iron is. Like, this makes 75 iron plates in 4 seconds, and this makes 32 in 4 seconds. So it just takes, like, twice as long for this to fill up. I think that's all that happened, was we were just waiting for it to fill up. All right, I'm gonna head back up to base, then we can let the iron plates get put into mall storage and they'll just get used. That's fine. Up next is coal. We gotta do coal. For coal, we're going to come down to this build, and we're going to extend this down, and we're going to add 2 more sets of stations and 2 more of the same build right here. We're just gonna triple it and move on with our lives. That's the easiest thing to do. But we'll do that when we're back from the ad. It's ad break o'clock. I run just one ad an hour, just long enough to keep pre-rolls turned off. So I appreciate everyone hanging around. I'm going to step away and get some more water. I recommend y'all do the same. Take care of yourselves as human beings. And when we're back, we will get coal ramped up. Right there. I'll see everyone shortly. All right, welcome back, everybody. I had a thought while I was stepped away from my computer. And that thought is antimony related. Figure out how to loop the tech tree like a Mobius strip. There you go. I mean, there are always infinite techs that you can keep pushing on. But all right. Centralized iron. I need to take apart the old iron oxide void. I forgot to do that. But the thing that I'm thinking about is heavily end-doped silicon uses antimony pulp 2. And yeah, we don't make enough of that. I don't even have to check this. So when silicon's running full speed, and it shouldn't run full speed forever, but like it's pulling all of the pulp 2 out. Call it 57. And that gets us down to only 2.5 antimony oxide a second. Compared to 4.5. So we lose like 2 antimony a second, and we also still don't even have enough antimony pulp 2. Do I need to double antimony? We'll think about that later. All right, let's go do coal first. My concern was proven out, and that was that I didn't really account for how much more of the antimony pulp we're using now that the now that silicon is running full speed. I mean, it's not going to run full speed all the time, right? Like, as eventually we would expect, you know, things to back up. MOSFETs might take longer because they're used in more places, but like, yeah. So maybe right now it's not as big of a deal. I guess largely because batteries are our issue. But that might be part of why I've been having trouble closing the loop on antimony and silver and seeing everything really running consistently, is that we're pulling antimony pulp out as well, and that just was not accounted for in my YAFC. I think it'll be fine. Like, I think our actual demand for red chips and for electronics, Mark II, wherever they are down here, like, our actual demand is not that ridiculous. So why aren't we getting capacitors, though? Capacitors? Those should never be broken. Oh, well, we just got our delivery of seeds. Yeah, some of the I've just switched to some of the better recipes, and we do get probably some better ones as well coming up. But I think I've switched to the better ones that I can switch to. So, like, next lead antimony alloy, you never get a better recipe for that. Lead antimony alloy, I'm already using the molten lead recipe. And this is Simic nonsense. Iron Nexalite Antimony Special Alloy, you never get a better recipe for. Vitraloy, you never get a better recipe for. Antimony Phosphate, no. Shafts, we're already using this casting recipe for shafts directly. And then we're into future stuff. I mean, eventually we'll be able to cast lead containers. No, I think we are just going to have to scale up antimony to 2 belts of ore, as much as I hate to do that. I think it will, everything should eventually stabilize, because our antimony demand is going to start reducing over time as various things do buffer. But, like, then we're going to have spikes of demand as we need other things, right? So... pain in the butt. All right. We'll think about that. Some of these pipes are gonna be in the way, and I'm gonna have to figure out what to do with them. This pipe I don't care about, because this was just drilling fluid, and we're done with the drilling part, so that's fine. But this crude oil output is definitely gonna be in the way. All right, that's what I was afraid of. Let's do this without the... All right, so that's our outputs for all of our stages of coal here. That we're going to have to hook up. This, yeah, we lost this pipe through. That's easy to fix, though. You just have a huge build for antimony? Yeah. That's kind of what I've started to realize I'm going to have to do. It just makes me sad. Wait, before we hook that one up. got the other side to do here, which has pipes. Sorry, let's get these pipes out of here. We'll reconnect them after. But they are in my way right now. What did I... Oh. Accidentally hit shift, whatever. And how does all this look? We could probably split these ones. There we go. All right. That's ridiculous, but it'll do what I needed to do. Now we just need... I mean, basically this chunk from like here. And then we just got to get all of these things relatively hooked up to where they need to go. In theory, I could push all the coal dust into just one, but laziness is winning out here, and I'm just copying and pasting instead. Am I going to run out of power poles? Probably. Am I going to run out of belts? Also probably. I didn't really think about that. I should have thrown some extras in my requests, given how big this build is. Yep, we are out of belts and power poles and orange inserters. Cool. Okay, that's 2. All right. I think that's all hooked up right. Once we get the once we get the extra belts we need. And power poles and everything else. But I think that will all be good once I actually can hook it up. So let's go get what we need. What do we even need here? I mean, I need hundreds of everything, right? That's the question, is how many hundreds of belts am I going to need? Not sure. Hopefully another, like, standard load of however many I request, 1,500, is enough. I guess I can request some extras. May as well do power poles too, because we're also out of those. And let's do a couple extra stacks of orange inserters. All right, bots. That was pretty easy. Cool. Back to work. I wonder if the best thing to do with antimony is to start designing. When do we get the next antimony tech in? I know it's in PySci 3. Okay, it's right away. Yeah, I wonder if we want to, if we're going to rebuild antimony, if we should build it sort of making sure that we leave the space for doing those additional processing steps. We are going through belts fast. Really? We're out of all those stack inserters again? I got 100 extras. All right. Well, we still don't have enough stack inserters. Other than that, yeah, and a few up here. So we need another like 50 stack inserters. More than that. But we should still be able to see these builds. The main thing I'm concerned about is the output routing. I want to make sure that we're seeing all of the coal and the coal dust end up in the right places for each of these. So, like, even though these ones aren't going to run at full speed without their inserters, I may as well just go grab the inserters, I guess. But yeah, we've got coal coming through. We've got coarse coal going into that process. All of this is copy-pasted. It's really just like the routing of all these belts that I want to make sure is correct. So yeah, this one's running. That's coming up. That's good. We've got coal dust coming through. Those all look correct, but we'll double check it. This is coming through. That's going to make it up. That's good. Here. The bottom one is just finally starting to get started, so... But I think it all looks good. Nothing is jumping out at me as, like, obviously wrong. I mean, I'll double check. If I see anything backed up when I come back with the last stack inserters, we'll fix it. But for now, I think we're going to be good. And this doubles it. Well, it triples that location, but that was already a copy of another build. So this doubles our coal, and I think that'll keep up with our cyanic demand. I probably could have just plumbed coal directly over to cyanic, but whatever. All right. I think that is... That should be enough stack inserters now. It only looked like we had 40 or so that we needed to put back in place, so... And, like, yes, at this point, I could research tech to do other things with coal processing, but, like, Raw coal is dirt cheap, and I mean, that's it, really. Raw coal is dirt cheap. And we've got, like, this is an easy build that I can just copy and paste anywhere I need it. So it doesn't feel worth it to do more complex coal until I need, like, any of the other outputs that I might get from that. All right. I think the thing that we need to do next, because I know I haven't done it yet, and I bet it's a problem. Yeah, coal water slurry. That is going to be blocking iron, so we've got to do the coal water slurry void. Let's check that in here real quick. If I grab iron plate. How much do we make? 64 a second. All right. So, new tab. I mean, it's got to go to benzene, right? That's the only thing I can do with it. Unless it has a fuel value. No. So yeah, it's got to be this one. Which we can prod, but why would I do that? It's a void. All right. So that's it, pretty much. Just 2 DDCs into some aromatics and some benzene. That's easy. I like easy. Where am I going to do that build? That's a question. I guess I can do it right here, actually. We need 3 stations, right? The coal water slurry in, and then the 2 outputs. So we will do it right there. All right. There should be... Nope, those are biomass power plants. Can I find the storage chest? I know I could use factory search, but... Can I... Oh, the bots already had it in their hands. That's why I can't find them. Well, that might not be why I can't find them. There might still be more in a storage chest, but... I'm going to say it's because the bots were holding them and not because I'm blind. Blind. I feel like I slurred that and it sounded like I said blonde. So, right here, we're going to have 1, 2, 3, DDCs always have terrible layouts. Let's see what we got. Do we happen to ever get both outputs on one side? Of course not, because it's a DDC. I hate these things. They are actually the worst. So one of these is aromatics. Let's grab this. And always high priority, good. So that's aromatics. And then same thing up here, except instead of aromatics, it's benzene. And benzene also needs a fuel supply input. And this needs to tag itself as V and be a low priority. There will actually never be more than 2 en route to this station simultaneously, will there? Because that's how Cybersyn works. Right, and I need to grab, if I can find someplace I'm making benzene, grab this. There we go. And that will do, that'll just put this out onto the fuel network if there's too much of it available. I don't know if I have a proper benzene void yet, but unless and until I decide to migrate to fuel oil for everything, excuse me, we'll do this. All right. That should do what we needed to do. So I should see iron plate is actually running again, right? Yes. Cool. And it looks like... All right, well, we do have some demand for plates here. But for the most part, we should be pushing our iron into these now. And if we check our molten iron demand... Yeah, there's a little bit of pent-up molten iron demand. Jeez. All right, that's going to take a minute to catch up. I guess I could check if we have enough in Yafsi. Maybe we do have to go up to that third belt of iron ore after all. We more than doubled our iron, by the way. All right. What pulls in molten iron? Zinc plate? Oh, yep. Does. Advanced small parts. A little bit. Electric engines. Apparently I'm casting bolts there. Sure. Ferrochrome. Iron niobium alloy. For a lot of these alloys, though, this is just like being built to an arbitrary scale, and it doesn't necessarily matter. All right, so molten iron is... Oh, did I close iron plate? Well, this says 35 out, but that's not really true. We make up to 160. And our demand is, I mean, fairly low, all things considered. 16.9. Call that 18 and a quarter. 40, 55, 105, 135. Under 150. Although that doesn't account for our demand for plates, which is who knows. But a lot of those shouldn't actually run full speed. So the answer is I don't really know. But it's definitely something we can do with this. I think relatively straightforwardly is get it upgraded to to 3 belts of input if we need to. There's only a couple places where we have like really large amounts of anything pushing through. Yeah, the processed iron ore here ends up at 24 a second, and I'm running that on a red belt, and it'll be up to 36 a second on that belt here. So... But if I separate the stone and the processed iron ore onto separate belts, the processed iron ore will fit on a red belt, and the stone can go off on its own. Because that'll only be 27 items a second if it's just the ore. So yeah, we're good. There's no major refactors we'll have to do. We'll keep an eye on it. We'll see what our molten iron demand is looking like, if it stabilizes. And if it doesn't, then we'll build more. For now, then, how's coal doing here? We should maybe actually see coal starting to back up. There it is. Yeah, all of our coal is going. And we should have 3 of these that are all games for kicks because I copied and pasted. Yes. And it sees all 3 on the network. Awesome. Yeah, there's lots and lots of coal deliveries flying around. Sweet. All right, we've got rubber and latex to upgrade, and we've got mech parts 2 to Mark II buildings for improved prod. I think I'm going to do the mech parts 2 rebuild. Just because that gets us more prod in more places. And we'll save the rubber and latex for another day. Is that this one? Yeah, that looks like it's got to be mech parts 2. Let's head down to the far left corner, and we'll get mech parts 2 upgraded to Mark II buildings. Keep going. Did I already upgrade electric engine units to Mark II? I did. It also looks like we have lots of them. Wow, okay. I will accept that. So as far as the Mech Parts 2 rebuild goes, we've got... Some of these are really straightforward, like shafts are just a casting unit, utility boxes are just a few factories. But gearboxes and brakes are both... Here, I'll put them at the bottom and we'll do them last. Brakes are, I think, the worst one. Yeah, because they've got a bunch of weird intermediates. Gearboxes, I just need to make belts, and that's not too bad. But everything else, other than maybe needing to be moved from direct insertion to putting all their ingredients on belts, because some of these guys have a lot of ingredients, this should be pretty straightforward. And we will start with the easy one. Brakes we'll do later. What else is just one building? Shafts and electronics are both just one building. Oh, we can't actually prod shafts. Okay. But we do need the extra shafts, so, like, whatever. I could have doubled this up by putting a second building in place instead. I was just like, it's all going to be Mark II now, and then let it all be Mark II now. Gearboxes. This one making rubber belts. We get an upgrade, and it gets prodded. And then in here, we actually do need to get... We out of vitroli? I mean, it wouldn't surprise me because we've been having Nextlet issues. Wait, this is just wrong. Let's actually move titanium up to this one. And then we'll take, how much titanium plate does this use? 2 a second. Okay. Because this is getting removed here. We're gonna end up with 2 automated factories. I think if we do them like that, so titanium and belts together are like 1.2 items a second. Okay, I think we can just do like this. And then the vitrolloy and the other thing. And then here, we've got I guess we'll do like advanced small parts with the aluminum, because that's the lowest quantity next thing. No. Whatever this is, niobium. And that needs to be further back. Actually, no, I want that one close because I want to use a blue inserter on the other side. Or I want to use a blue inserter on the input. Because we've got the large amount of advanced small parts that feeds into each of these. And then the next one will be steel and aluminum. Okay. And then that's wrong. But it won't be wrong for long. The output of each of these is, yeah, 0.04 a second. There we go. That'll be gearboxes. once we have advanced small parts again. And I'm assuming advanced small parts are just broken on molten iron at the moment, and they will fix themselves. No, it's rubber. All right. Well, rubber's also a thing that we know about, so that's fine. Okay. And what is next? Utility boxes and control panels both need to happen. And then brakes. I'm doing brakes last because they're going to be a pain. What is this? Oh, this was just a machine to make modules. That's just left here. Okay. What is this? Control panel Mark IIs. We're going to have 2 machines. Yeah, we got 4 things coming in here, 4 things coming in here. Is that right? 8 ingredients. Indeed. All right, so it's going to be basically the same thing, right? We're going to have our 2 belts here, 2 assemblers, except these ones, well, we still want them 3 apart because that's still going to be our output, right? We're going to have... So lights and steel are collectively 1.6 a second. So I think that is fine. And then 2, yeah, only like half an item a second of the other 2. So I think that's that. And then of our remaining items, the biggest one is 1.6 EVA, which can go with 0.4 batteries. Okay. This is way overkill, by the way. But EVA... Next with battery. That's 2 items a second in total, though. So, like... And then the other side here is going to be... Bakelite and advanced small parts, and the ratio is slightly different. And it's ad break o'clock. Okay, I'm going to step away and get a little bit more water while the ad break runs. I recommend everyone else does the same. Hydrate, take care of yourselves, and when we are back, we will finish this. We'll finish this up, and then we'll figure out what the next task is. I've still got a long to-do list, so we'll keep pushing. I will see everyone in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. I appreciate you sticking around through the break. Okay, we are working on getting these guys all up to Mark II buildings. And I think that'll do it for control panels. We have also already done... We've not yet done utility boxes. We've done electronics. We've done those gearboxes. We've done shafts. So yeah, I guess utility boxes are next. Utility boxes have 6 input items, which apparently I have packed all into one input. Yes. I think if I do minus 25 on each of these... then we can go to our normal 20 request size. Now, the question is... how many electronics factories do I need for utility boxes? 3 of them. Okay. So yeah, we're going to have to get a lot of input and output belts around these guys. Well, a bunch of input and outputs anyway. So let's do the Bakelite with the small utility boxes, right? Because Bakelite, yes, we need a lot of. But the utility box Mark 1s are basically a rounding error on that belt. So that'll feed all of these guys on this side. And then they will all output like that. All right, next up, everything else is like 0.66. So, and 0.66 times 3 is... oh, right, because I forgot to put modules in here. Oh. Is that why this seemed like it was taking in hilarious amounts of things? Because I forgot to put modules into it? Yeah, these numbers are all much more manageable now, aren't they? Now Bakelite plus small parts is 1 a second. EVA, and the other thing is 1 a second. Yeah, this is all much more manageable. Did I forget prod on anything else? Prod. Can't prod that. Prod. Haven't done brakes yet. Prod. Okay, we're good. Yeah, so we just need like 1 a second of everything else. And only like 3 a second of the Bakelite, so we can do that. So Let's grab stainless steel and, I don't know, advanced small parts. And those are together only, yeah, 2/3 of an item a second, so that's fine. And then lastly, we are going to need glass and what's the last thing? Red chips. Cool. So besides the red chips that we're missing, those are all good now too. And that just leaves brakes, which are going to be a little bit fun. By a little bit fun, I mean a lot of bit fun. Okay. So first things first, the final brakes are being assembled in... Okay, it's just one machine. So I could have kept some of this around. All right, so all that part is the same. Making brakes Mark II. Throw in the prod modules. Okay. Now, attached to this thing, we need 3 biofactories, which is harder than it sounds, to get 3 of them, like, in a place where you can... Cellulose. Oh, actually, if we don't prod the cellulose, we only need 2 factories, and that does make things a little bit easier. So maybe we just don't prod the cellulose, and we only have 2 factories. I like that plan. Because, like... No, but that pushes us over... on the wood processing unit. All right, we'll prod it. Why not? Doesn't matter. That's fine. That's plenty for us to get the remaining input into here. Because the only other input is ceramic, right? And that'll come right in here. 1.5 ceramic a second. The total cellulose input is 1.25. So each of these guys is only like half of 1 per second. Yeah. And then we got to feed the inputs to those. So, each of these guys needs to be gated on here. We need a decider combinator. Because we need to know if we have brakes, and also if we have mech parts. Because we want to run this if we need... you know what? I'm not going to do a decider, actually. Change my mind. We're going to do this the easier way. We'll put a box in. If brakes are less than 2 stacks in the box, then you make cellulose. Otherwise, you don't. Why am I sitting on an automated factory Mark II? What did I do wrong? Two for gearboxes. One for the mech parts 2. 2 for control panels. 1 for brakes. Eight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm only counting 7 in the game. So I don't know how this ended up with 8 in... Okay. Rounding issue, maybe? But I did end up with an extra one, and it's fine. Doesn't matter. It is, in fact, an extra one. That's really what I wanted to confirm, was I hadn't missed putting one down. So... Down here, we need a wood processing unit. Sodium hydroxide out. Wood out. I probably actually should. You know what? I'm going to change this. What is it called? What is this signal called? Check. It's just called check. Okay. Set that to be greater than 0. And... because what I want to make sure is that we also have everything else we need. So I'm going to go back to a decider. And this decider is going to say that it wants brakes less than 200. Everything else is just greater than 0. Aramid, Bakelite, and advanced small parts. Coke, logs, and sodium hydroxide. Those ones all need to be hooked up. We are back to needing this. There we go. Now they all turn on. This isn't actually running yet because it still needs ceramic, and I do also need to have an output with biocrud for all of these. Just in case. This one too, I guess. Brake Mark 2s. This thing. That'll work. It's a little silly, but it gets the job done. And that just leaves needing clay into ceramic. Okay. So we're going to have 3 of these guys doing ceramic. That is going to use a grand total of 0.3 coke a second. All right. Oh, it's 1.5. Sorry. I don't know how I ended up with 3 in my head there. 2.2 total items in means that is fine like that. And then for this side of the belt in, we're going to have 4 clay pits. And they need to be hooked up to how many boilers? 2 boilers. Those boilers do get modules. I think that's it. Oh, helps to hook up both boilers. Maybe now that's it. Yep, there we go. That is it now. So each of these guys is making 1 a second. Ceramic. There we go. A little bit sloppy. I could try to realign the, like, belts better or whatever, but I think it'll do the job. Cool. So this is gonna run as long as it has all of its inputs and brakes are not backed up to this point. And I think that's fine for the cellulose. We'll still have a bit of spoilage, but, like, that's fine. This is only running at 1.5 of these, so the second one kind of turning on and off is expected here. Sweet. That is done. Mech Parts 2 is done. That is running. Let's see. This is not running because it does not have capacitors. And that really concerns me. Are we having issues with cadaveric arums? I mean, everything seems fine, but it does seem like they were backed up because this is, like, mostly empty. Did I not account for cadaveric arums upscaling when I made my red chips full scale? Like, do we need more arums? 2.5 cadaveric arum seeds a second. What can this build make? Okay, that's the problem. Did I just assume that I could get away with this being a small build because everything else was crummy? And therefore this would not be a limit we would run into? That must have been my thought process. It was like, this can be 1/8 of the size it needs to be. We don't care. All right. So we're probably going to want to switch to stage 2 cadaveric arums then and try to get this build upgraded. Because we need 2.5 a second out. Which... How many greenhouses do we have right now? 24. Okay. So yeah, if we upgrade to the stage 2 recipe, as well as... Oh, we don't even need stage 2 arums in that case. Can we make this work with the stage 1 recipe if we're just really good? No, okay. Recipe number 2 is just that much better. Even with a tier 2 building and tier 2 arums, the stage 1 recipe still needs more than double. But if we go for recipe 2, We don't even need the tier 2 guys. Cool. And then that's still fine. Sure, we'll use a second refinery. So what's the additional input that these guys need compared to the base recipe? Sand and seeds, yes. Wool, yes. So it's stone, it's fertilizer, blood meal, and ash. Ash, I'm a little worried about, because it does seem like we've been low on ash. Fertilizer, I haven't been worried about, and maybe I should worry about fertilizer at some point. But, you know. For now, it's doing fine. And then, blood meal. We do make somewhere. I don't know what I scaled this recipe to, though. So, like... Okay, Zais use 2 a second. Cadaveric Arums will start to use 1.35. So that gets us up to, like, needing 3.5 a second. This is only scaled for 2 a second. So... get this up to 1.5 times. Add prod. 3.6 a second. Sure. So that means we need to research the Mark II Cadaveric Arum tech as well. Oh! I planned for this. I'm a freaking genius. This has all the extra inputs on the belt already. I just have to drop in the Mark II buildings. And then get the extra Arums that I need as modules. Go past Brannon. Wow. Sorry, I'm shocked. This level of planning ahead is very uncommon for me. Okay, so I knew this was going to be an issue. I do still need a second gas refinery. I do still need all of these guys to be on tier 2 buildings. I may have planned to use tier 1 buildings with tier 2 Arums. How bad are the tier 2 Arums to grow? That's a question. Like... Okay, I need outlet gas to, like, loop them. But the base one... Once I start getting a couple, it's not bad. And then I'm assuming the Mark II seeds are just from... from the Mark II Arums, and the answer is yes, indirectly. Yeah. So I might want to set up a Cadaveric Arum breeder. But certainly, from what YAFC is showing me, we can do this with just... with just the tier 2 buildings and swapping over to the new recipe. So, shopping list to a blueprint, as we do. And we need to be researching the arums. A bunch of dimethyl sulfide recipes. Do we already have dimethyl sulfide from something else, or is that... No, I was thinking of the carbonyl sulfide, I think. Okay. But cool. We probably do want to think about breeding Mark II arums. But for now, I'm not too worried about it. Especially since we've already got everything we need here to upgrade this, except the buildings. Once we have the tech. Sweet. That's really awesome. The feeling you get when you find out you planned X0 hours ago for the upgrade is as good as you'll find in gaming. Oh, yeah. This is the rare case that I have done this level of planning. But that's cool. Yeah. So we can upgrade these to Mark II buildings. We need... Apparently, I designed it around using Mark II botanical nurseries, which is weird, but whatever. I guess I thought at the time that I would upgrade them simultaneously, but I've been sticking to Mark I buildings where I don't need prod, so maybe I'll do that, actually. We'll go to Mark I botanical nurseries. It ends up as 5 total. Change the request here from the Mark II nurseries to Mark 1's. Oh, and I gotta do the cadaveric greenhouses. There we go. Now the bots are going wild. It does seem like the general, well, besides these ones that are still stuck here because we haven't had control panels in a while, it seems like adding the delay between the modules being addressed has solved the issues I was having. Oh, this isn't going to run without red chips, and red chips are going to have issues probably as long as we're having issues with arums. So I might have to hand deliver some red chips one more time. I know I keep saying I'm done hand delivering red chips, but like, ugh. Actually, our blocker for this one is batteries. It's not even arums. Because of course it is. Okay, to-do list. Let's add a couple of things to the top. Upgrade cadaveric arums. I also do need to upgrade blood meal. Yeah. Once we have the cadaveric arums pulling blood meal, we're not going to have enough of it. So we want that build to be like 50% bigger and also use tier 2 buildings. And let me get that shopping list exported and brought into the game. And then we do need to scale antimony oxide, unfortunately. We just need another belt of input, and I don't think it's going to be feasible to do it at the current build. It's crammed in there pretty tightly. And is also just awful. I hate this build. It makes me sad. This was already retrofitted once from the previous tier of antimony, and it obviously predates my preference for scalable metals builds. So I guess we're going to redo it over here where we've been doing everything else. Cool. Those are things we can do. I think those are things for next week, though. We have once again made really good progress. Like, the iron rebuild is huge. All of this coal is ridiculous, but fantastic. And is keeping up with our coal demand now. Like, we were way behind on coal. And there's still a lot of coal demand. But there's a lot of trains en route bringing it where it needs to go. So what is this? Oh, this is coal to tar. How many stations are you allowed? Yeah, I think we should allow 6 there, which is a lot, but if that's what it takes to get that station filled up, then we want to make sure that it gets filled up. Yeah, and this is already dispatched 6 trains. I'm not sure how many belts of input this is scaled for, if it's 2 or 3. 2. So yeah, allowing up to 6 trains here might be worth it. And then is there anything else that looks like it's still having trouble keeping up? I think most of the other ones are okay. -5 here, but there's already 5 en route. So that's a Red Hot Coke. Yeah, this one is already set to 6, and probably the other Red Hot Coke build I did the same thing. Yeah, set to 6. So these ones are allowed to dispatch as many trains as it takes to immediately refill this when it starts to get low, which is what we need for Coke, right? Our Coke production has to keep going. But anyway, yeah, really, really good progress today. I love this ridiculous set of stacked rail stations. I'm worried that Cybersyn is preferring to send multiple trains to this one and have them wait in the queue instead of dispatching them round robin between these, and I don't know how to change that. Because, like, their priorities are all the same, but this is always the closest one to everything else, so it will always prefer to dispatch trains here. And it'll only overflow to these once this one has, like, 3 or 4. I guess I could set the train limits lower, but that'll then prevent trains being en route. No good answers. I don't think I've ever seen this backed up more than, like, 3 trains, though, so whatever. Not too worried about it. Like, there are trains en route to these, so... Well, I actually don't know which one they're en route to because they all have the same stop name. I should fix that. Well, I'm gonna call it here. Thanks very much, everyone, for tuning in. I really appreciate it. I thought there was like a distance thing for how it chose stations. If they were the same priority. So how does the distance thing work then? If multiple depots... Oh, if depots or refuelers have the same priority... Right, least recently used requester. It'll balance on the request side, right. But what I was wanting it to do is, because these are provider stations, it's preferring to stack trains in the first one instead of send them to the second one. And it would technically be slightly faster throughput-wise if it wasn't waiting right here, right, and was just dispatching to the next one. And... Yeah. I don't know how to make it do that. I don't think I can because of the proximity rules for providers. Unfortunately. And it's fine. Again, it's only ever stacking like one or two here, and then beyond that, when the trains are really super busy, they're getting dispatched to the next ones down. Like, I can adjust the train limit, and I probably should set it to, like, 3 for each of these. Even though they can all have... I don't know. The issue is, if it dispatches enough simultaneously to this that it backs up and it's waiting here, that'll block access to these ones. So I'd rather it just be dispatched to this one. But if I lower the train limit, then we're also blocking the ability for it to have those trains just en route anywhere in the network. And as the network gets bigger, more and more of my train limit is taken up by trains that are not actually at a station, right? They're just zipping back and forth somewhere. I don't know. I'll just have to keep an eye on it and see what it does. Okay, before I let myself get completely nerd sniped again, I am actually going to wrap up. Thanks very much, everyone, for tuning in, for hanging out. I really appreciate it. If you find this on YouTube and you want to watch live, there's a link to my Twitch down in the description. And I will see everybody next time.